independent performing is. But it takes that weekly work also. So I think maybe there is something about whether you're creating it or just experiencing it occasionally that makes a difference too.
Well, yeah, I'm a music theater actor, so I know the experience. And it does very similar thing. You connect with the people, you perform, emotions, you transmit stuff through music, through dance. So I don't think we're that. One thing that we keep pushing to each other is atheists are this, atheists are this, when the overlapping between the different tribes and labels is a lot greater than the differences.
Sometimes.
I think most of the time.
I don't know. I suppose maybe if you choose your audiences carefully, but if I look at the world written large, I'm kind of going with what Daryl says. It's not looking good out there. It's not looking generous towards humanity at the moment.
And that is one thing that a lot of people would argue, and I'd be at the front of the line, that I absolutely do not choose my audience carefully. My audience is anybody and every.
Yeah, and where we meet each other, because I stopped asking people for their labels, for their beliefs, for their politics. And when I engage in a conversation just about our daily lives, our work, our hobbies, all these differences in this, you're an atheist, you're an asshole, or you're a theist, you're a superstitious guy, falls apart. And the world shows that. You go into work, and you might have Muslims and Christians, and they're all in there doing the work, right? Things aren't popping out, and people are like, I'm not gonna service. Well, you might find a few people who say, you know what, my beliefs don't allow me to serve this customer in such fashion. Traditionally, we need to punish each other or put people away in jail. But the new paradigms are telling us it's all deterministic. A criminal became a criminal, used, or he was raised in a maladaptive environment, what have you. And so you lose all these normative claims that come from traditions of philosophy and politics and religion. And so, I call it, it's neuroscience. It's how scientism is going to allow us to understand the world. And therefore, I don't think it's about, being pessimistic or being positive, optimistic. It's about looking at the way the world is functioning. And yeah, there's days that I'm very pessimistic, but that's due to my brain chemistry that day, or because I encountered someone who makes me feel that way. And then I say I'm optimistic. What I strive for is to see the empirical evidence and say this is the world, the way the world functions, and hopefully I'll take it back to work towards thriving as a human.
Yeah.
I always took science. I always took science as a way to explain things that had previously been thought of as magic, or that one put an article of faith in, that science explains how that works. Right? Like, I'm a survivor of an autoimmune disease called aplastic anemia. While I'm a Christian and I believe in God and I pray and all that stuff, the thing that saved me was modern medicine, on the know-how and the scientific data behind that. So I think it is for me, that's how I think of science. I'm not one of those Christians who goes, no, science, bad idea. You know, in fact, I think there needs to be more funding for science, not less funding. Granted, I also think there should be more funding for history programs, but I'm biased there.
Yeah, one of the things that I say about science and religion is, you could start making a list of religious claims that were overturned by science, and it's a very long list. And you could make a list of things that were overturned about science, and there's nothing on the list. And that's an interesting fact, right? It's the fact that I've never heard of falsification. Different question. But the question then becomes, why is that? What does that tell you? What does that teach you? And it teaches you that if what you're pursuing is concordance with reality, then science is going to match up better. Science is a better way to get there. That's just what I think. Maybe that's not
This is the approach I take, right? I kind of welcome philosophy and religion and everything into the sciences. But they're incredibly imprecise. I'm going to bring it back up a little bit. They're incredibly imprecise because they have tested the world. They've, for example, for generations, someone started taking their neighbor's property, sleeping with their neighbor's wives, and that created conflict and murder and what have you. So they came up with a law that said, not covet thy neighbor's possessions, right? And then they said, do not worship another god before me. Well, what does that entail? Do not, fraternize with other tribes. Don't believe in the bullshit they believe in, right? So I think the main difference is science brings us precision, right? It's no longer philosophy and religion. They're all telling us how the world works. They're falling aside to traditions and rituals, and science is taking preponderance, whether we want it or not. It's taking absolute preponderance in our lives, and these other practices, they're trying to incorporate science to find scientific or pseudoscientific arguments, but again, the baseline experience is very similar, and that's where the big difference lies. That it is, let's say, a pseudo-scientific experience, what all humans are going through, because it works. Things work even with their lives, right? If you're in a church, you'll be like, yeah, I pray so I felt the Spirit of God. It's not true that the presence of God was there, but it's a collective thing that keeps them together, and according to them, it has an outcome that they come together, whatever it is, right?
Why does it never stand up to even like, let's just take what you said, prayer. We know that prayer fails empirically 100% of the time. And in any sort of true study of it, I'm not talking about an individual anecdotal thing, but any true study of prayer has demonstrated that it has, zero outcome impact. And that's interesting to me, that something that is that easily disputed and debunked still maintains so much power.
I think the explanation is, go ahead.
No, it's that. I'm talking about sort of just meditating, right? We sort of have explanations for that. Sort of, group experience. I did Quaker meeting for years, just because I love the silence, and all that stuff. But I'm talking about an actual intercessionary prayer. It's
the experiments they did where they prayed for. Dawkins talks about in his book, The God Delusion, how they pray for this group, and then they have a control group where they don't pray for the group, and in one, so two groups are prayed for, one isn't. One of the groups that are prayed for is told they're being prayed for, and the other one isn't told. And like you said, there's no evidence of anything happening, except that the people who knew they were being prayed for apparently did worse. Yeah. The assumption is that that the idea that you're told that you're being prayed for is because you're probably in bad shape. You get scared.
Or you might just, maybe keep smoking cigarettes because you're being prayed for or something,
Yeah, but it's not, again, it's not logic, or at least the foundations, the axioms on which logic are predicated, that rule over whether something is believed to be true. Yeah. So the way prayer works, I think empirically, is people get this sort of certainty. Un poquito más.
Is it going to be popcorn, Alfonso?
Oh, yeah. I'll give you a mic in a second. So I think what actually happens that works when we pray is that especially when it's out loud, people are saying things that like people want to hear. People. You're self-conscious, and you're saying things that you subconsciously want others to hear, or what you're aspiring to. So it has a social function, right? Now, when you're praying on your own, it's a similar process, but you're speaking to the several people inside your mind, right? Because you think that there is a God listening. So prayer does have an effect, just not the supernatural one of, like you said, provoking, owning a car or finding a parking
Intelligence is not the levels, even if we go to Bertrand Russell's theory of logical types, there are intelligences and layers of community, political organization, and even at country level, there are events that can only be regarded as miraculous. We've just been through a few years of war with the Jewish nation. The Jewish nation, God that can be derived through sort of algebraic theorems, as Spinoza's ethics are. I recommend them to everybody. Incredibly brilliant, incredibly persuasive. Also in medicine, regarding prayer and so forth, I remember asking my pediatrician friend about this. I think it was cardiomyelitis, something that one of the kids in my son's class had. Like, oh, you wrote this kid's only going to live for a few years. He's got this disorder. And birth defects. The kid had a lot of issues, although he was a very happy kid. And I said, so what's the deal with it? How does the parents deal with this? You know, because even the fact that my friend's kid had this was disturbing to me. He said, well, weirdly, now this was a kind of this idea that just secular Jews and non-secular Jews is a misunderstanding. There are Jews who sometimes proclaim their secularity, but they do many of the Jewish rituals anyway, because they're also part of culture and tradition. You know, everything from food and keeping kosher to resting on Shabbos or fasting on Yom Kippur. Anyway, he was one of those kinds of Jews who went to synagogue just maybe a few times a year. But, you know, a Jew has a Passover Seder like almost every Jew does. And he said the ones that get through it are the Christian. He was up in a non-Jewish area of New York near Woodstock. The families that cope with it best are the ones who are believing Christians, because that's the kind of people that were up there.
Norma, are you going to hear your play?
Can't hear anybody. What did the woman say? Is that the background?
Are you going to play? Everyone's leaving the room.
You know the answer.
People are very
I think you know the answer to the question. Everybody will answer that. So of course I am. So if you want me to
This friend of mine, this Christian friend of mine who I'm hanging out with these days, we're colleagues, we're trying to do some business together. He's like, all the signs are there, everything is, so whatever happens in your life, you interpret to be the fulfilling of a prediction or something.
Well, I think that, let's see, I think about prediction, like, any one of us here could come up with like a prediction about pretty much just anything, like I could say, like I predict that in 12 days, nobody would eat a sandwich, in California or whatever. Like, we could do that, but anybody can make those kind of predictions, but people don't really care about those kinds of predictions. They're not really teaching us anything. They're not telling us like what's right or what's wrong. Is true. This was his sort of reasoning here. And so, like, I realized, like,
And when did that scholar write? I'm just curious. Sorry for the interruption.
well, he didn't actually give me, the source he gave me was the Quran. So I don't know exactly when the particular passages were written. I don't remember, like, what the passages were in the Quran, but he repeated it several times to me, so I remembered it. About the battle and stuff like that. And I thought, well, I didn't really fully understand, like, why I didn't feel compelled, like, at all by this. Like, first of all, I went to go look up the battle, and it turns out, like, the commander of the Roman forces was one of the greatest generals that Rome had ever had in the history of Rome. So I'm like, wow, that doesn't make this very surprising. The greatest general won a battle. The greatest Roman general won a Roman battle.
Who was the
Doesn't seem
general?
very surprising. Like, Aetius? I don't remember. I don't know how to pronounce his name. It's like Aetius. It starts with an A. It ends with a U-S. It might be Aetius or something. You can look this one up. I'm sure I'm probably misremembering.
Oh, yeah, no, I'll look it up. I'm trying to
It's not solely off topic, but close enough. Cindy's feelings toward Irish to most people started with his That's pretty damn good evidence for general relativity and against Newtonian mechanics and against Einstein's earlier prediction of 0.74. Like, that is a really good example of what a good prediction looks like. As from my point of view, like, what makes that kind of prediction so powerful is that it's incredibly risky. You know, like, just the prior probability of that prediction of 1.75 arc seconds of that being true, the probability of that being true is very low.
So it's a very risky prediction to make. It could easily be wrong by any number of ways. And so, if I contrast something like that with a Roman general won a battle in 450, that seems to be like a 50-50 kind of thing. The Romans could have won or they could have lost. That doesn't really seem very compelling to me. I don't know. Do you guys understand where I'm going with it?
Sort of. I just like to talk about history. Because under those premises, it makes huge sense. It's all about reinforcing love and understanding with each other and connection and self-transcendence, right? So within the linguistic experience of a human, within a human experience, it's very logical, I think. But when you bring in science, it starts to lose. Typically speaking, I think. Sorry, again, the Bluetooth thing. Scientifically speaking, it starts to lose ground. But because of the axioms and the foundations of what have become our understanding of what it means to be spiritual, what it means to connect with others, to strive for something better, and given the assumption that we're a soul and not a body, right? And that's, I think, what something atheists, I don't know.
This isn't my only election strategy. Obviously, playing music all day long is not a great political communication, but it is great relaxation. And I believe voters make their best decisions when they're deeply relaxed. You can go to Sora or YouTube if you want to check out John Kitover's relaxation videos for voters of the 16th district. So I'm creating clips of these little 2-minute pieces, 1-minute pieces using the Santor. I believe this Santor came out of Esfahan near Tehran in the Iran. This comes from the personal collection of the Ali Khamenei. I hope you enjoy these mystical little pieces played by your favorite performer and candidate Congressman, John Kitover.
There has never once been a scientific experiment to prove or disprove God. And she asked me, how do I know that she's not what she says she is? And I says, because of that fact.
Fundamentalist Christians that actually do believe that God is literally real, but I think for the majority of them, that's not the power that religion has. I think that it being not real is part of why it's powerful, because you're saying, even if you're wrong, I'm on your side. There are political groups like this where they'll say, I'm going to support you. Doesn't matter if you're wrong. Doesn't matter, if the guy, hates a certain race of people. I don't care. I'm supporting you because I'm on your side, right? Doesn't matter if it makes sense or not. And I think this is why there's never going to be a breakthrough to that side, because they're not following the same goal as you. You're here looking for what's true. They don't care. For them, it's what's the benefit. It's not who's right. It's not what's right. It's who's right, right? If, for example, that other group, to actually challenge what they believe will require going against certain groups of people, will require burning their affiliations. And it seems kind of, I just don't see a breakthrough. Like, I think that there can still be really good discussions. Like, for example, a question I heard that I really like and I'd like to hear tackled is that even if God is not real, when it comes to human history, humans have kind of evolved, co-evolved with religions. Like, religions have been, not all the time, obviously, but for a long time, we've had religions in our societies that keep order. I don't know if you've heard this one before, and I'd like to hear what you think or anyone else thinks, that religion is a part of humanity in the sense of it helps people make decisions, even if the decisions aren't themselves very logical. Like, for example, the marriage one is a great example. They'll say, a man or a woman doesn't have to understand why it's important to be monogamous. They only need to fear the consequences of some bogus God punishing them if they're not. So, what do you think about a lot of beneficial things that humans do? Do you think that humans are capable of doing things if they don't have a religion to punish them for doing it? Or you think that the modern person in aggregate, they don't need that, They can absolutely make those decisions. They don't need the hocus pocus anymore. What's your position on that one?
Well, my answer is you literally asked 5 different questions in the past 30 seconds. So my position is, if you would be so kind, why don't you ask the questions again one by one? I'd be more than happy to give you my position.
Oh, you can pick your favorite one, but I'll pick one if you want me to.
I want you to.
I can answer one of them. You like?
Sure.
But you know what, Elliot, go ahead, please, by all means. Please, Elliot.
I like the last question. You know, do we need to have consequences for our actions? From the way I interpreted your question was, do we need consequences from or actions from like a divine authority? That's sort of the way I interpreted your question. And it turns out clearly the answer is no, because that was probably one of the primary things you get from what came out of the Enlightenment and all the Enlightenment thinkers is that reason trumps divine authority. Like we can reason to how we should govern ourselves. We can reason to what we should do, what's right and what's wrong, what's moral, what's immoral. That we can reason to these things, and that human reason is more important or better suited, perhaps, than divine authority.
Battery is at 100%.
Or something like that. So I don't know if that answers that.
I agree with you. I think it's possible. But what do you think about people in aggregate? You think everyone?
These are the meta Wayfarer 2s. We're now recording. Oh, it's called a Santor. Now we are free.
So a question for me.
Yes, this is Hans Zimmer. This is the new Hans Zimmer performing for you new Hans Zimmer music. I hope you enjoy the show. Like the live stream, share the live stream to your X account, to your Meta story. We are recording new Hans Zimmer, the new song, the world's famous. Now we are free. You're free. Go. You're free.
Right, wrong. You give them the tools for how to do that, and you give them the evidence. They can figure it out by themselves.
I can't actually. It's difficult.
But that doesn't mean that this will always happen. That doesn't always happen.
This is naturally grown Illinois cannabis. Now, smoking is not healthy for you. It's very damaging to the body.
Is that right?
And if, you partake, I suggest you play some music. Do something productive with the additive chemical to the bloodstream, to the brain consciousness. Hello?
If you want to talk or just popcorn, just preferably one person at a time.
Never had one lesson.
because there's no evidence?
Well, it's not that there's no evidence. It's that a lot of the evidence that we do have, like anybody can do a Google search on prayer studies. So there have been studies done on intercessory prayer. Okay, that's the kind of thing that I'm talking about.
I have never heard the term intercessory prayer, and I can't look it up right now, but I don't know what that.
To intercede.
I thought all prayer was to intercede. No.
It's to intercede in behalf of, to ask for something so that it is provided to another person. Like,
Not yourself. Not yourself.
yeah.
Uncle Steve loves to make assumptions. And you know what they say about guys that like to make assumptions, right?
So basically asking for a miracle, asking for someone to get healed.
We may pray for intercession by God. Orthodox, the Roman Catholic Church, or the Episcopal Church, we don't have any intercessionary beliefs of saints. Because we're
and then they got higher test scores in the high school. But praying for somebody else's cancer to be healed, the prayer has no effect on that.
Right, because when we measure such things, we also have to measure it.
It is a tattoo, yes.
Placebo effect, and that's the
Behold the shining light of Hashem,
whole point
shining bright upon his people outside of Shemayim.
Effect, because one group is not getting the thing; they're getting the placebo, right? And so we know that a pill, a sugar pill, is more effective at curing what ails you, statistically speaking, than no pill at all. And that a gel cap is more effective than a sugar pill. And an injection of saline solution is more effective still than a gel cap, right? And then there's this even weirder thing that we have to defeat. There's the nocebo effect, in which people who are given what has otherwise been demonstrated to be legitimate medicine are told that it doesn't work. And as a result of having told them that, its efficacy goes down, right? So there's something going on with regards to mental health and physical health. They're related.
He's not angry, he's enunciating.
I was just going to say that not only do I practice, maybe to a fault of enunciating, I have learned to choose my words very carefully, and sometimes I enunciate, which is not favorable to other people. This is because I've been misquoted so many times that I have to choose my words very carefully. So when people later on, today, tomorrow, next year, paraphrase what I say, no, I didn't say that, I said this. Bottom line, fine, and I'll say it differently so I won't enunciate. Positive mental attitude helps physical recovery. Documented fact.
Yeah, Steve is a proud graduate.
I love you, Steve. I didn't mean to criticize you in any way.
No, it's okay.
Teasing you lovingly.
You tease away. Sorry, T.
A proud graduate of the Howard Cosell School of Speaking, right? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, right?
Look at that little monkey go.
Hey now.
Well, for those of you that didn't know, that's what got Howard Cosell canceled back before we even knew what canceled was.
I wanted to say something about what Marshall said, that Catholics don't believe they can talk directly to God. They have to go through saints. That's not true. That's not true. Our Father is a prayer directly to God.
That wasn't the claim.
Yeah, I thought he said he was a Protestant.
He said that Catholic, but he was saying that Protestants, aren't supposed, they don't have prayers to the saints, but Catholics do because they don't feel they can pray directly to God. Isn't that what you said, Marshall?
I thought his statement was whether one group they could believe.
Okay, this is John Kitover running for the 16th District of Illinois. Write-in candidate, this is the Santor, dedicating this song to all the voters, residents, constituents, and fellow citizens of the 16th District of Illinois.
yes, but it stops short of saying that God exists. Yes, that's correct.
Right.
Yeah, but the fact of the matter is that the placebo effect is the bane of medical manufacturers, medical researchers, because the placebo effect is so damned effective, right? If it weren't so effective, we wouldn't need things like the double blind, because they wouldn't be the thing we're trying to beat. But we're trying to get over that statistical average of just telling you things are going to get better, right?
And also the key thing to point out is the prayer for others has no benefit. There's no efficacy to prove that actually.
You know, when I had a couple of
something measurable, something quantifiable. I won't imagine a creator of the universe that can be quantifiable and measurable. At least it has to be something that's outside time space, and we can't even say outside time space. That's how limited we are. So, yeah, for my religious friends, my family, I think it's not really interesting to try to prove your creator or the creator you believe in. That's my 2 cents on this subject.
Yeah, I said that earlier, that it's not important to them if it's real or not. It's about pledging allegiance to the group and what they believe, and there's other benefits, and they don't really care about if it's real or not.
Essential for human beings, and that may be a greater proof that all the religions were maybe invented by humans to have that psychological well-beings in the darkness of the forest, or the dangers of the of nature, of the human condition.
The entire prayer fiasco, at least for the Judeo-Christian, well, not just the Christian and Catholic religions, don't really make sense internally, since I remember learning that the God has a divine plan. So if he's got a plan, then what's the point of praying if you think if your prayer is going to change the plan? Like, at that point, you may as well just go with what the plan is instead of keep trying to ruin things in your favor.
I have said that many times before also. Good job.
But let's keep the way we say that makes people angry.
I'll have to change up the way I speak.
I think it's the volume. I think that's why the guy with the PTR trash bag said he thought you were angry, because the volume was high.
I'm naturally amplified. What can I say?
I don't agree, but that's my guess. I think it's just because you're loud, they think that you're mad.
It's perfectly okay. I believe, and I have a lot of objective evidence for this. I'm the most imitated person on Clubhouse.
Aside from Donald Trump, or you meet other people who haven't.
I'm for the people on Clubhouse. I'm the most imitated person on Clubhouse.
Yeah, Donald Trump's not on Clubhouse. His statement still holds.
Also evidence of why states and political entities perpetuate our religious institutions, our double religious institutions. Look how useful they are. You can have votes, you can have support, you can have anything you want as a politician. People
Repeat that.
There's a positive correlation with human birth rate and religiosity, whereas there's a negative one with atheism and human birth rate.
They have the greatest drive for financial freedom, I say it like that. But again, that comes at the price of not having or not being able to bear the cost of biological and financial costs of having kids. Maybe unfair, but that's a fact. Women suffer more in making kids. I put it like that. So yeah, maybe we won't go extinct. I don't think so. But our numbers will do no. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. But maybe not if you were. But then again, I don't know. Anything can happen. Even communist China has predicted that they will control birth rates by enforcing one-child policy, and it turned out to be a catastrophe. Now, they have way less kids and way less young people than they should have.
Living in one of the most religious states in the United States with a church on almost every corner, if not two, I found that most people, when it comes to the birth control thing, the religious ones will hide it, and their church will make sure to hide it, and they're just full of shit. And they go to other countries to do it, or they go to special clinics to do it. And oh yeah, that's me. I'm that hippie. I'm going to tell you how it is.
In the United States, driving to another state where they're allowed to abort as well, if their state doesn't.
Exactly. And they love to trump this beautiful, vision of how perfect they are, but they're so full of shit. And the higher up you go, the more full of shit they generally are. Drop them.
And also, don't forget.
Most of the practices are given, but they still do this kind of old school sell off the daughter for a dowry. So they can even see having daughters as an asset. As horrible as that sounds. That like, what if the calculation there of benefit for having a kid in your life? What if that is really one of the bigger elements and not really the theism and the atheism? What if it's more to do with the financial liability versus asset?
I remember reading about some kind of economic paper or news media. This is a long time ago, and it explained how there are several things that contribute to the economy of the United States that aren't that there aren't really any statistics for. There aren't like you can't go and look at the CPI and find like something like the amount of unpaid labor that mothers contribute to the economy by engaging in child rearing. Like that's the single largest thing that contributes to the economy that isn't covered or explained by economics is mothers engaging in child rearing or just child rearing, period. And most child rearing in the United States is performed primarily by the mother.
Oh, you're right. It's unpaid, so essentially it's invisible to the economy. Man, what a blind spot.
As a woman, you're expected to not only be fully corporate, fully like take care of the home fully, and take care of any children fully, and that is just bullshit. Bullshit. Nobody should be expected to do so much, and sometimes for multiple families, and with hardly any funding to do so.
It's not that you're expected to, you have to with the price of real estate, etc. We chose it, it was a choice at first, now it's mandatory. We sort of worked our way into it, the price of things rises to the ability to pay for them.
Actually, no, it doesn't rise to the ability to pay for it. It's the greedy assholes at the very, very top who set the price and corner the market who affect the whole thing.
Yeah, and the market's cornered, yeah.
Yeah, when they corner the market and they're all owned by the same people, well, you're going to have corruption and all kinds of terrible shit.
Yeah.
We haven't used the Antitrust Act in a very long time. The Sherman Antitrust Act is the thing that helps break up monopolies. I don't think we've used it since at least the 60s or 70s, if not longer. It was passed, I believe, in 1936.
You're right. I think Google is the cake to slice up, no?
Even if you break up the monopolies, what they do is just give them away to family members to make it look like it's broken up, but really it's all the same thing. It's just diced up into small bits.
Highlighted a shortcoming in the Sherman Antitrust Act, and it should be amended to account for that. At least I think so. I think the law should be rigorously. Say again? Sorry? Laura, I didn't hear the last thing you said. What was it?
It would be lovely to hold account to all the trillionaires and billionaires who mistreat their workers on a regular basis. But we all know that that is rarely done because they have so many lawyers and loopholes that they can do no matter what law has changed, and they're all in cahoots. So good luck.
Sounds like you think it's pretty hopeless.
anything about economy and how people act when they have power, and you've sat in those circles, you sure will have very little.
See, I'm on the exact opposite end. I do vote politics campaigns mostly, and that has shown me the power of change. What enough people who are concerned can do to make their area better. I grant you, changing law on the federal level takes a lot of time and a lot of money, and it's not one of those things that happens overnight. I'm more glass half full than glass half empty.
Have you ever been homeless and expected to figure out how to navigate in a system that does not reward you for merit, but class?
No, ma'am, I have never been in a place where.
Well, I would suggest that you do that because then you might understand the people you're trying to help.
I don't know about being homeless, but definitely go like investigate and interview them.
I don't do that. I got at least 5 homeless friends that I check on. So I'm aware of the fact that people can't afford homes. I have just been blessed and lucky enough to never live in that situation.
And I'm glad that you're the one representing all of us, including those who are downtrodden, because certainly somebody who doesn't have any kind of inkling of what it's like to navigate that certainly is the person to be in charge of it all.
Yeah, I wasn't suggesting I was in charge. I was just saying we had 2 different ways of looking at the issue. You seem to look at the issue as a glass half empty. I look at the issue as a glass half full. I mean, that's not.
You're not really
just
saying
difference in.
anything other than I'm being negative and you're being positive. That's not like saying, hey, I might
No, I don't
investigate on what actually was going on in my community and be a part of that part rather than just being on my high horse and saying that I know everything and I've never lived the experience. And when somebody tells you who has lived the experience that you might want to check into it, that you just tell them to not be negative, well, go fuck yourself. How about that?
Hold on. I've got to interject. Aurora, you're a total sweetheart. I love you in more than a clubhouse way, but telling a mod to go fuck himself is not appropriate for this space. So that's just a warning. Again, I love you, but let's try and not do that thing.
My apologies.
Questions. I at least 2 questions. So there is a long history of very capitalist, free open market countries, free elections slipping into tyrannical rule. The primary functions of this were the where money flows upwards and centralizes. So breaking up monopolies is more of like not so much stick it to the rich man merely because they're rich, but it's more like, hey, I like my country, I wanted to stay around for a while, sort of thing,
Yeah, that was my point, right? Like I don't know, my head frame is like, what's the problem? How can we solve it? What can we do to make things better? I think things can still be changed. I guess that's my main point. I have a view that we can still change the things. I know the big change takes a long time and a lot of money, but that's not a modern thing. The founders designed our system to be that slow.
That's right.
It's slower than it should be, but it's meant to be a slow system so everybody can deliberate. Right? As a professor of mine said, you want a fast government, get a dictator.
Yeah. I think I cited this just a little while ago. Something like 50% of all democratic countries in the last 100 years, I could be wrong, it might even be 20 years, have slipped into tyranny. And there's no exceptionalism to any country whatsoever. So it's fully possible up here in my country, Canada, or in the United States, for that to happen. Now, tyranny
will look very different, country to country. Some places more extreme than others, right? But yeah, there's no guarantee. Yeah.
I have a possible suggestion for change. Maybe you disagree. Maybe there's a bad side effect of this, but getting rid of lobbying. Ever since I heard that companies and corporations can do lobbying, I found a kind of circular, almost recursive loophole where the power of decisions can just keep cycling between a few small groups, and they can just run away with what's beneficial to them, not really giving a rat's behind about what happens to everybody else. And I understand why Aurora was really mad, because there are a lot of people that get left out of the loop, like George Carlin said, it's a big club and you're just not in it.
Yeah, I'm going to suspect. I don't think you meant what you really said, because what you said when you want to get rid of lobbying means that you don't want anybody talking to any government officials, just basically all communication for your opinions, thoughts on an issue. What I suspect you meant is that you have deep concerns, as do I, about how much money is included in lobbying and whether or not that money should be capped out by individuals. It should have more legislation regarding corporate financial lobbying, and we need to get more. We need to get the financial end more regulated. I really don't think you meant that all lobbying should just stop altogether.
There's also another piece.
There's a loophole I see already, and the loophole is if you want to make it a cap per person, what stops them from just hiring a bunch of people on their behalf secretly, and then
you're talking about the financial aspects and also. And Marshall, just let me set it up, and I'd love to hear your comment. I'd love to, because Marshall knows more about this than me. And what it really comes down to is lobbying by PACs, political action committees. Also, arguably, money's coming from out of the country that are directed towards PACs in the country, and then the financial aspect. But Marshall, since we're on this topic, Marshall, why don't you spend a couple of minutes talking about it? I think we all, including myself, could learn.
So there's already in individual caps, there's already a cap on whether you can donate if you're a foreign country. I believe there's a piece of code, it's not in front of me, that says that elections are not allowed to accept out of country money. Now the PACs, which were created after the expiring of McCain-Feingold, the repeal of McCain-Feingold, I should say, in the mid-2000s. And political action committees can keep their donors list private, which means they could possibly receive out-of-country money. I think getting rid of PACs is a really good idea, or requiring the PACs to list their donors. One of the things I think is very pernicious about PACs, the campaign and the PAC are supposed to have no discussion or coordination per the law. But there's this thing in campaign politics called smoke signals with a PAC. You have somebody in your campaign, you take the person in your campaign, you then send them to the other campaign to work on that. They work on the super PAC, and they report back where they make decisions that are in the campaign's favor. Right? So that's an area where lobbying has gone awry. The other thing is lobbying is protected by the First Amendment. It is a redress of grievances before government, right? In order to change lobbying in its current state, you would need to amend the First Amendment in order to do that. In order to deal with the financial piece of this, we simply need stricter financial laws on who can donate and where. And again, I think super PACs are a great example of campaign finance going awry.
Thank you, Marshall.
Okay.
Thank you, Marshall.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak up here, but I got some things to do. So everybody have a good day.
It's been a pleasure. Hope to see you back soon.
Yep. Hopefully nothing bad happens to anybody, but who knows? See ya.
You got it. Nothing bad's happening to me.
Yeah, I agree with what Marshall said. The lobby is the process of democracy, but what you can do is to strip the government the power to interfere in the economy. They don't have the power, and nobody's going to lobby. Not going to lobby them.
You encouraging that?
Encouraging them.
Stripping the government.
Yes, stripping.
Okay, let's hold on. Let's get our terms correct, because I don't understand. Please tell me what you mean by stripping the government.
Well, stripping the power off of much of.
Okay, fair enough. What do you mean? What do you mean by stripping the power from the government?
Yeah, so let's say their power to interfere in the economy, say setting the industrial policies and all that, say interfere in how the economy should be run.
Okay,
Say subsidizing industry, subsidizing giving the tax exemptions for certain people, but not for other people.
Okay, so again, this may be me, but it frustrates me when people say a whole bunch of different things and then I have to try and go back or whatever. So let's talk about one thing at a time. The last thing you said was subsidies. So you don't think the government should subsidize anything? Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. What about welfare?
No. Nothing.
Okay. Nothing. What about food stamps?
No. Nothing.
Nothing. Okay. You're in favor of the government subsidizing nothing. All right.
Nobody.
I completely understand. I also completely disagree with you, because I think that is part of government's responsibility to help out the citizens when in need. I absolutely think there has to be many more checks and balances and accountability for the subsidies and monies that are spent, but I'm absolutely in favor of reasonable subsidies. Okay, what else do you mean by stripping the government's power?
Yeah, so much of the regulation in the industry.
Regulation.
Yes.
Are you saying that the government should not regulate anything?
Well, in the regulation, when we say regulation is mostly about the.
Are you saying the government should not be able to regulate some things, but be allowed to regulate other things?
When I use the word regulation, I mean the industrial policy. So let me just put it in I'll tell you the details, right? So
okay, so it's okay. You just want me to let you speak for a few minutes and then whatever. You don't want to deal with it one point at a time, right?
Right. Yeah.
Knock yourself out. No, have a good time. Knock yourself.
Cool. Thanks. So basically, what government should do just only two things. One is the protection of private property rights, and then two, uphold sanctity of the contract. And in the event that there are corner cases, edge cases, corner cases, that the private property rights cannot be clearly demarcated, then the government steps in to manage that. That will be the only corner cases. So in the realm of protecting private property rights, we need the military to protect the whole country, and then therefore protect the private property rights of Americans, and then against foreign enemies. And then domestically, internally, you need justice department, just judicial system to protect individuals against robberies and violence and all that. So we need judicial system, police and all that. And then, of course, the judicial system upholds the sanctity of the contract that people have with each other. And that's all.
Hanson, you communist?
No, I'm the opposite, diametric opposite of communist. You are a communist.
Okay, hold on. Hello, Hanson. You stated your point very clearly. Matthew, rather than calling him a communist, why don't you address one of the issues that he raised and argue against that? I think that would be more beneficial.
All right. So, with this one thing, I like zero regulations, right? I don't know if I heard you right, but
the answer is you didn't hear him right because he just talked about what he felt should be regulated.
Okay. I assume, Hanson, that you'd want other things regulated as well, because in your country, I'm going to make like a health food brand and make trillions of dollars. Nobody's going to regulate me. I'm going to like start like compounding protein powder out of my backyard with like dirty hands.
What? Can you speak clearly? What are you saying?
I think he was speaking clearly. For example, although he didn't say that, if I may, I'll help you out. He didn't say it, but the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, regulating food, regulating drugs, that was not included in the list that you talked about regulating. So basically, you're against us, the government regulating food and drugs, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
Well,
Awesome.
Go ahead, Matthew. I was trying to help you out. Go.
Yeah, I just want to see if Uncle Steve or anybody else wants to move to Hanson's country. We can sell crap and just make a whole lot of money because nobody's going to regulate us.
No, I think we need an FDA, no question.
Yeah, I think so too.
Because that's a non-superior. Just because you make something doesn't mean that you'll make tons of money. You can lose money. It's just because you set up.
What the hell does that have to do with the FDA? I want to know. Hello, Hanson. I want to know that when I go into a market and I buy a product, I don't have to worry about whether or not there's going to be poison in it.
That's crazy, Steve.
I want to know that when I go to a gas station and fill my gas tank up with gas, it's not going to explode as I'm driving home.
Uncle Steve.
Yeah. I want to know that when I go into a building, it's not going to collapse on me. Okay?
Yeah. Country.
I also, and most importantly, I want to know that when my kids and grandchildren, and more importantly me, are walking down the sidewalk, that someone's not going to come in with an AK-47 and shoot up the whole fucking place.
No gun regulation.
Okay, so yeah, you're mixing up all things.
I'm not mixing up anything,
Yes.
Sir. Hold on, Hanson.
Explain.
Hanson, yeah, I will in a moment.
Hanson, you communist?
Yeah, go on. No name calling. We don't know. Guys, and this is why I don't want the name calling. The name calling will not be permitted. You guys will go to the fucking goo. I kid you not. No name calling. Address the issues. Forget about the name. Now let's just review, and then Hanson, I'll give you a chance to explain. I specifically asked you if you were against all regulation. You said no. I said fine. Tell me what you're okay with regulation. You wrapped off a couple of things, and everything that I just mentioned is not what you listed that you were in favor of regulating. So now you can go ahead, move your goalposts, and you can amend what you said. Go ahead.
Yeah, everything you said was wrong, right? Including the goalposts. I never moved any goalpost. And so what you said about the putting up an AK-47 and shooting up everybody, that's already included in the protecting private property rights. They have police and judicial systems to prevent exactly that. Okay, so your allegation was wrong. And then as for the prior allegation that you had poison in the food and all that, the regulation doesn't prevent that. The information prevents that. When you have food, poison in the food or whatever, doesn't have to be intentional or just by happenstance. And the information, the dissemination of information, when you have a non-regulated
market, the information is king. Information is what people need, and that would be transmitted with most efficiency in the market. And then whether you have any poison in your food, and because of the have the incentive to disseminate what people will buy the information about the quality of food or what have you, that will be provided most efficiently in the market. But on the other hand, if you rely on government, the information transmission speed would be slowed. And also, when you have the FDA, there's two things in the market. Every product has two sides. One is you may have some they pose some negative side from the product, but the other side is it may solve problems that that exist in the market. Say, to take the example for medicine, if you prevent the advent of medicine onto the market, you have illness, sickness that would have been cured had the drug coming onto the market. But there's also, of course, you have the negative side of the drug. Could be side effects or even the adverse effects. They should be discovered. But the thing is, the food FDA in its because it's a bureaucratic agency, it has incentive to prevent the food.
I have to interrupt you. I'm sorry. All government is bureaucratic.
Yes. So they are incentivized because when you have a bias in incentivity, when they do allow a drug coming onto the market, if it's good, you don't get the bonus or blame for it. But if there is any side effect, even if it benefits one group of people, but not the other, but they'll get blamed for the side effect that harms.
All right, I think we got your point, Matthew. Did you want to respond?
Hold on.
No. You hold on. No, you hold on. You hold on. Go on mute. Please go on mute. Please.
Not yet.
Please go on mute. I've asked you twice now. Please. I've asked you politely. Go on mute.
Yeah, that's one more point to make.
All right. So obviously you can't follow simple directions. You got chance one to talk for a long time about what you wanted to say. Matthew came in. I gave you another chance. We got your point. If you want to talk again, you can. You'll have plenty of time to speak. I guarantee it. But I have to control this somehow. So make some notes. And then, Matthew, if you want to respond, just don't call them names, but respond to all the issues. Take a few.
Well, one thing that kind of comes to mind is the Tylenol murders. The FDA wasn't in there to stop those initial murders happening right away. But my concern is, Tylenol, massive company. They really did try to do their best to cover everything up. But the FDA and political and local government, as well as the media, really pushed for these, the capsule, the containers to be made better. Okay, and so it's a good thing, to have the government come in, check your lab, make sure everything's fine, everything's good, especially if you're dealing with massive products like that. One problem that I have with Hansen's, if there's no regulation, no FDA, is these very large companies can use leverage within the media and the amount of money that they have just to cover themselves up and none the wiser, right? So I don't know. I understand. I do think the government's super, super inefficient. And Hanson, I know you're not a communist. You're just easy to troll and just fucking joke around. All right.
All right. So, if anybody, Elliot, please go ahead. I'm going to bring Hanson up. Hanson, please wait till it's appropriate. I'll bring him up if he's still here, but go ahead, you guys.
Okay. My point's more about I guess the idea of the government not intervening, no subsidies whatsoever, this kind of extreme take on things, or what I think is extreme, at least. And where's Marshall? I think Marshall would really appreciate this. I think the founders repeatedly over and over and over and in different ways and in different conversations with each other said and reinforced repeatedly that a republic can't survive. It can't survive if large numbers of citizens are economically dependent or structurally excluded. It can't survive if that.
Somebody 15 minutes ago said that 50% of all democratic governments in the past 50 years or whatever have folded, something like that.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
probably true. But the reason why this is important, they argue, is because dependence destroys independence, and independence is necessary for liberty. Liberty requires independence, and independence in turn requires material security, and that's why the government should intervene when citizens need help. They should offer subsidies. They should provide food stamps and stuff like this. The founders were explicit about specifically the survival of the republic.
Yeah, I don't know where you got the independence requires subsidies. Subsidies imposes
the Federalist Papers, the letters between Adams and Jefferson. They're there.
What did they say about subsidies? What did they say about subsidies? You're just twisting it's the most grotesque distortion of logic. Independence requires you to be independent, not be sucking on other people's teeth.
I don't think it defies logic to help people when they need help on a temporary basis. I don't know why that defies logic. I know that in my wheelhouse, when people are injured, when people are disabled, that if you don't help them, that their injury and their disability can linger and last longer and get worse. And then what inevitably happens is they get used to a lifestyle of not working, where it becomes more difficult for them to be productive later. On the other hand, if you help them right at the start and let them know that we are doing our best to help you get back on your feet so you can be a productive member of society again, that they end up being productive quicker. So I don't think it defies all logic. I completely disagree with you.
No, this is a define logic because it doesn't say the independence doesn't mean the subsidy. Okay, so and relying just completely relying on other people, the helping. That doesn't mean
I'm not advocating lifetime welfare. I'm talking about temporary assistance.
You don't need temporary. Well, yes.
Look. No, you can't. Because when I speak, you listen. It's that simple. It's my fucking room. I'll run it the way I want. If you don't like it, leave quietly.
Great, fantastic.
Good, fantastic. You don't like it, leave quietly. That's what the button is there for. When I talk, you listen. It's that simple. Okay, so, you know what? I blew my cool. My point was made. I don't need to restate.
Yeah, so it doesn't exclude help. Okay, the capitalism is the best system to help, but it is just you need to in exchange for help, you help others and voluntarily. That's the point. You don't force people to help. You voluntarily help other people. That's the point.
Well, yeah, sure, but I mean, like you are arguing against the founders of the country right now. If you're contradicting what they're saying. They're saying what I explained earlier was that like independence requires material security. Independence requires material security, and liberty requires independence. And republic requires liberty. Okay, you can see how these are necessarily linked.
No, because you're
right to say
logic.
You're right to say that the founders didn't talk anything about subsidies. You're right about that. It's my inference from what they said to subsidies.
Words in founders' mouth. Okay, and then it's not logically. It's a non sequitur. Your whole thing, your logic of the logic of what you said was completely false. The material security, yes, material security comes from independence. When you have a free trade, the material security will flower from that, will comes as a consequence of independence and freedom to trade. That's what founders talking about.
Do you identify as a libertarian, Hanson?
Yes.
I had a feeling because everything that Hanson described is, well, I'll coin it pure libertarianism. It's probably the furthest, it's probably the most purest form of libertarianism there is before you get to anarchy, which is no government at all.
You got it. At least the smallest government there should be.
JCC, you there, bro? Are you there, or IRL? He's IRL.
No, I'm here. I'm in the middle of doing stuff. What's up?
I'm listening. Did you hear me blow my cool?
Yeah, I heard that.
I've calmed down since then. It doesn't take me that long. Oh, man. If you're in the audience and want to come up, it's a popcorn-style room. Just one speaker at a time. Be respectful. Argue the issues. Don't call people names. I got enough names called at me left.
Yeah, what was this room? What happened last night? What room was that in?
I just opened up a popcorn room. It lasted for a couple of hours. This one person came in and accused me of being a liar, accused me of worshiping the devil. Yeah, I'm a devil worshiper and a liar. Oh well, that's okay. I thought it was kind of comical myself.
Because you're an atheist?
No, because they saw me in they were with me in the Church of Satan room.
Oh, because you went there.
I said, did I speak? No, I just saw you on stage.
Guilt by association.
I said, well, yeah, I didn't know it was the Church of Satan, or I don't worship with them. She goes, well, I'm gonna go back and tell them that you're an atheist. I said, don't stop there. Go into every room and tell them that Uncle Steve is an atheist. They go, and she goes, well, why do you want me to do that? I said, because I'm a numbers whore.
Right. Talk about me, baby.
That's right. Talk about me all day and twice on Sundays.
The devil is a lie.
The devil is in the details. Oh, geez, I pronounced it right. I got it right.
Thank you. What do you mean the devil is a lie, Hoshi? The devil is a lie. The devil is deception. Alive or a lie? A lie. Oh, a lie. Deception. So when people lie, they're speaking the devil, is that what you're saying? They're doing the devil's work. Doing the devil's work? You have to do the devil's work to lie?
Are you doing the devil's work right now?
No.
It sounds like it.
I am what I commonly refer to as making the rich richer.
Does the devil need to exist for people to lie, Hoji? I don't know. That's a weird question. I'm not even lying. Why is that a weird question? If you say people who lie or do the devil's work, that sounds like you're entailing the devil exists, right? Yeah, the devil exists. So, does the devil need to exist for people to lie?
No, I'm pretty sure Donald Trump doesn't need to exist for people to lie, right?
Yeah. Look, guys, y'all can talk about anything y'all want. Please don't talk about Donald Trump ever.
Okay, logical question. Which way should we talk about him?
Y'all should. First of all, Donald Trump doesn't lie.
Oh my God.
He stretches the truth and he exaggerates.
Before we go any further, did you and I have this discussion before or no?
I don't think so.
Okay, then, no, let me get this one thing out there. Donald Trump repeated multiple times that he was going to cut prescription drugs by 1,500%. Now, either he doesn't know fifth grade math or is completely lying. Because if you cut something 100%, you make it free. You can't discount anything more than 100%, which makes it free. And he repeated that multiple times. So there's one documented law.
I don't know, like, we don't even have to look very far. We don't have to look very far to find like a bucket whopper from Trump too. I think it was like today or yesterday he said, referring to the Epstein files, he says that, hey, look, the Epstein files have solved me of any kind of wrongdoing. They have solved me. You know, he says I'm vindicated by the Epstein file, by the release of at least the ones that have come out recently. You think he's telling the truth there? You can go to justice.gov/Epstein, and you can look. You can just type in Donald Trump, and what will come back are thousands of entries just to have Donald Trump's fucking name in them. Those are just the ones that are not redacted. Okay. Do you think he's telling the truth there when he says that the Epstein files have absolved him?
That doesn't mean that he was guilty of any wrongdoing just because his name comes up in the files. That doesn't mean that, because he was hanging out in the same circles as a lot of people that were going to the island. I mean, he's a billionaire. There's nothing but billionaires that would go to these.
But that wasn't my question. No. Okay. Yeah, like his claim is that if the files absolve him, okay, not that he didn't commit any wrongdoing, is that the files files specifically absolve him? Do you think that is what the files show?
The files absolve him most likely because although his name comes up a bunch of times in the files, it's not showing that he was participating in any.
Oh, no. You didn't understand. It implicates him by circumstance. So it doesn't absolve him. It implicates him, right?
Implicates him how?
His name is mentioned hundreds of times. It documents a ongoing relationship with Epstein from 1999 to 2000.
Is that against the law for him to have a relationship?
An ongoing relationship is an implication, not an absolution.
Right. So it might imply that Donald Trump was.
Right. Yeah.
So wait, if it implies that Donald Trump, but implies what, like specifically? Just because it has his name, like what does it?
It implies him.
What does it imply though?
Yeah, that he was. That's the whole thing, right? It implies that he was working and associating with a criminal.
Yes, it clearly does not absolve him. That means it clears him of all wrongdoing. Yes, absolve means he proves he did not do anything wrong, and it does not do that.
Okay, so if he did anything wrong, what did he do in regards to Epstein? What is it that he did that's wrong?
Well, I can tell you what's claimed, if that's what you're asking.
Claimed. Hang on. Before you move on, do you understand that the releasing of the files does not absolve him? It does if it doesn't show that he did it. Stop! Oh my God! It implicates, but it doesn't show that he did anything wrong. But it does. Stop talking about wrong or right. Right. The point is, this guy said, if these files are released, they absolve him. Right? They do not absolve him. They implicate him. Wait, you're acting like that. You're acting as if just because his name comes up in the file. That demonstrates that he was involved. It's implication.
All we're doing is
Hochi needs to learn vocabulary. Hochi, look up the word absolve and look up the word implication. Then come back and talk to us, please.
If it were to absolve him, what the files would say is that there was no association between him and Epstein between 1999 and 2000. That would be absolution. That is correct.
That's incorrect.
What absolution would mean?
They could have had a relationship.
You're interrupting me in this sentence. That's exactly what absolution would mean. It would say that he cannot have been guilty of this. Instead, what it does is it implicates him through a ongoing relationship with Epstein from 1999 to 2000.
And see, we don't even have to go to step 2. I think we should stick on step 1, and that is Hochi. When absolve means essentially he's proven innocent, that the documents prove that he did nothing wrong. The documents do not prove that he did nothing wrong. Now, we're not saying that he didn't do something wrong. We're simply saying that the statement that they will absolve him is not true. It's a lie because they do not prove that he did nothing wrong. Do you understand that?
I understand, but the only way.
Okay, so hold on. So since you understand that, do you agree with us, yes or no, that the documents do not absolve him? Do you agree?
No.
Okay, well then I've given it my best shot. Do you know what I mean?
Okay, so
the reason why. Can I talk? Can I talk, please? Can I just?
you guys should understand what I said.
Wow. Just because I disagree doesn't mean I don't understand what you said. Oh, this is impossible.
Okay, let's try this another way. What does it mean when I say I'm absolved of a crime? What's that mean?
That there's no implications that you did it.
Correct. There's no implications that I did it. And then what do the Epstein files do with Trump? Do they implicate him with Epstein regarding an ongoing
don't think he's gonna get it. You can keep trying, but I don't think he's
I'm
gonna
gonna call him a fucking name. He's an idiot. Purple, bald.
Blue name calling. That doesn't help our cause, but I
I
understand.
don't care.
I know you don't. He's not going to get it. There's only so many times that I can bang my head against the wall where I just throw up my hands and say, there's nothing that I can say that's going to convince him otherwise. I've done my best.
Here, let me be more explicit about my claim, OG, that the finals don't, rather than absolve Trump, they implicate him, as T and James and others have said. Okay, I'm going to read one excerpt. I'm going to read just one excerpt from these newly released files, and you tell me whether they absolve Trump or implicate Trump. Okay, I'm quoting now here. Complainant followed up after a call with NYPD officer regarding her previous tip, reporting that she was forced to perform sex acts when she was 13 years old and pregnant in 1984.
I read that 2 hours ago. Just FYI, we discussed that 2 hours ago. But you can go ahead.
Okay, but this is for Hochi's benefit.
Gotcha. Go ahead.
I'm sure he's already read
Continuing
that.
on. I'm sure he hasn't actually. Complainant also reported there were high-profile individuals involved in her sex trafficking and the murder and disposal of her newborn daughter. Complainant reported Donald Trump participated regularly in paying money to force her to perform sex acts with him, and alleged Donald Trump was present when her uncle murdered her newborn child. Now, the question here is not whether this is true. The question is do the files like this absolve or implicate Trump in wrong?
I don't know who that lady is, but I don't know what that's about. Let me just tell you. No, you should just say they implicate, right? No, and be honest. No. Yeah. So it doesn't. So the thing is, right? This lady is saying that Donald Trump was. This lady implicate Trump. Did you
Hochi, let me try it this way. Something we haven't said. Hochi, implicate does not mean proof. Implicate does not mean guilty.
I'm not saying that that's what it means. I'm just saying that he's absolved if they haven't proven that he did anything wrong with the
No, he's implicated, right? By virtue of the fact that he is mentioned in those files are implicating him. Not, see, in order to absolve him, they would need to say the opposite. They would need to say Donald Trump was not involved. Then they would absolve him.
Or take it all the way to the trial and found not guilty. But which, yeah.
Implicate does not mean charged. Implicate does not mean guilty. Yeah. Implicate does not, excuse me, OG, I'm not done. Implicate does not mean that he's actually done any of it.
So you agree that he hasn't been.
Implicate simply means that the suggestion has been made. That's all. That's all it means.
Basically, it means nothing. It just means nothing.
No, it means no.
It means accused. It means accused, OG.
What's more important to you guys? Whether or not he did or if he's accused?
No, that wasn't the question, OG.
I'm not answering your question. I'm asking you a question.
I noticed that, but the question is he implicated or is he absolved by the Epstein files? The correct answer to the question is he is implicated by the Epstein files. Does that mean that he is made guilty by the Epstein files? No. I'm sorry, I'm not done yet. Nobody has suggested that, Hochi. Nobody has gone as far as to say he didn't. Well, all that we said is he said he would be absolved by them, and that was a lie because they don't absolve him; they implicate him.
Well, there are people who say he's done it. There was a 13-year-old girl who said that he tied her to a bed, raped her, and beat her. And we talked about that 2 hours ago, yeah. I mean, that's an implication. He's been implicated by her because she said he did it.
Yeah, John, I agree. But the problem at hand is that Hochi is
contradicting himself. On one side, he does agree that these files do not abolish him, but then on the other side, he doesn't accept that it implicates him, right? So he thinks it's abolished because the files implicate him. It's kind of
My thing is, my question though is like, what are you guys actually concerned about? What are you exactly right? Every single time I talk, they do this. You just keep swerving and dodging and swerving.
I'll tell you what. Everybody, hello, everybody, including me. We're gonna go on mute. We're gonna let him talk. We're gonna let him get it all out.
And I'm not even trying to say a lot. I just have a question. And I guarantee you that I'm not going to get an answer to this. I know that I'm not going to get an answer to this. But what's more important to you guys? Whether he did it or that there's implications that he had a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Please just answer. Okay. What's more?
Whether he did it. Whether
he did it, right? No. Next question. No, you
guaranteed us that you weren't going to get an answer to that question.
Yeah, you guaranteed me to get an answer. Now you're not wanting the answer. What the fuck's going on? Let me give you an account. Shut the fuck up. You see what I mean? Yeah, so here's what happened. Here's what happened. Shut up. Here's the sequence. Here is the sequence. No. Here is the sequence of events. Ochi, relax. If it's more important for Ochi, no. You don't get to talk about the answer. Stop, Ochi. You initially said, Ochi, I'm just going to keep over talking until I get my plan, okay? Because we let you speak, all right? We all know Steve let you speak, okay, to ask your question. Right. I'm going to say that the whole reason I'm going to go ahead whether you like it or not. The whole reason we're discussing this is because you said that Donald Trump does not tell lies. Okay, you said something like Donald Trump does not tell lies. And I said that we don't have to go very far to find like very easy, clear examples of Donald Trump lying through his fucking teeth.
And Elliot, that was after I gave the 1,500% discount on drugs. Please continue.
And I gave a very explicit example of a tweet that Trump put out where he claimed, this was today or yesterday, that the Epstein files absolved Trump of any wrongdoing. Okay, and then I went into further detail, and I even gave an explicit excerpt from the files that show that not only did they not absolve Trump, they implicate Trump. Okay, which means that this is clear evidence that Trump was lying. So can you at least agree on the initial discussion? Do you agree that he was lying in that case? No, and I'll tell you why I disagree. Right? For him to say, okay, the files will absolve you, but what that means is that the files are not going to prove that he did anything wrong. No, that's not what it means. It doesn't mean that there will be any implications because anybody can accuse anybody of anything. That's not what absolve means. Yes, it does. No, hold on a second. So what does absolve mean? Calm down. You want to get calm down. Let's ask a simple question. Calm down.
Hello.
Do you want me to read the definition of the absolve? Right. I think you should probably yourself. Yeah, no, that's a good idea. You should read the definition. Okay, you can just stop for a second. I've explained this to you. I'm listening. shows that somebody might have done something. Exactly. I'm not done yet. Ochi, I don't know why you're unmuted. It means to suggest that they might have done something. To absolve is absolution. And he lied about absolution. Now, if you're done saying stupid shit, we have provided you with a counterexample to your idiotic claim that Trump doesn't lie. businessman and a successful one at that.
Bro, the only reason I hung out with elite head of sex crimes incorporated, and I have the quote I was Donald Trump's best friend for over a decade, straight from Jeffrey Epstein's mouth, is because he's a good businessman. Continue spewing your fucking bull.
Right, yeah, good businessman, right? Sure. I'm a good businessman, but I don't do what he did.
Yeah, but you can't be absolved and implicated at the same time. So you're wrong there too, Crimsonite. So I don't know what you're wanting to say. Guys.
You guys do a lot of
You guys
pull a lot of sex drive, you tend to fall into these kinds of things. But at the current time,
President, I'm going to give you a little bit of advice. Just leave.
Strictly in a legal sense, it is true that Donald Trump has been absolved.
Now you're tripling down on pedophilia defense. This is actually fucking wild.
No,
why are you doing this?
I never
Why are you doing this?
Pedophilia.
I literally called you out and
Yeah, Kryptonite, you're apologizing for those that are rich and high sex drive. They have tendencies to.
I said I would not be all that surprised if Donald Trump really did do this because of what I just said.
Because he's rich.
I'm not saying that we should excuse them because of their.
Because you said he's rich and has a high sex drive.
I wasn't using that as an excuse. No,
okay, so you call me a dumbass?
That's right. is twisted. You have like a 30% listening comprehension. But when you're liberal, I didn't twist anything. I just reiterated what you said. Dumbass.
Part that I like that I really don't get about this is like,
individuals do high sex drives, and given that we now know that he is implicated with Epstein, isn't that sufficient to build some sort of mounting case against his character? No, and here's the reason why. Is that at the same time that people, that rich people who are very sexually driven commit these crimes, it's also the case that people who, successful businessmen and women, are frequently charged with the false charges are made against them, whether it's personally motivated, politically motivated.
Well, I was Donald Trump's best friend for over a decade via Jeffrey Epstein's own words in his interview to Michael Wolff.
Sure, continuing that.
Yeah, because you haven't addressed that quote. That's why I'm curious. Like, you're purposely skirting it. That's why I'm keeping
Yeah,
What he's saying is that like all the bad people that he fell in with and stayed fallen in with don't present a case against him, and I'm saying, well, of course they do. What are you talking based on that alone, like based on a number of allegations.
Well, do you want to give out the exact numbers? How many allegations have been raised against Donald Trump since the Epstein?
Well, if you go to justice.gov and you just type Donald Trump, his name appears in just the ones that were just released, 1,515 different times. Okay, that's just up that have been.
Brendan.
Those were
Elliot Kryptonite doesn't care. He doesn't care. The only reason he cares is
listening.
You're just dishonest. You want to go look at all these Democrats. If there's Democrats implicated, I want them arrested. When I bring up the quote,
I never said that.
No, I said I want Democrats implicated. When I bring up the Michael Wolff quote that I brought up multiple times now, quote, this is read this from Jeffrey Epstein. Quote, I was Donald Trump's best friend for over a decade. You just want to skirt and talk to other people. So how do we address that quote? Is that a lie? And if so, why would Jeffrey Epstein lie?
How can I possibly know if that's a lie?
What was the context of that conversation? Was that an email? No, it was an interview with Michael Wolff with Jeffrey Epstein. Thousands of hours of audio recordings and audio recordings.
I never said
Jeffrey
him. I don't know his personality.
This is where you're fucking dishonest. You're going, I don't know. I'm giving you the direct.
I don't know. Do you want to present the case for why he has to have been telling the truth?
Michael Wolff sat down with Jeffrey Epstein. Said, quote, I was Donald Trump's best friend for over a decade. Why would you lie about
exaggerate?
Lying.
Do people not exaggerate?
I don't know about Jeffrey Epstein. I know less about Jeffrey Epstein than I do about Trump. And as Trump, everyone should have low priors for Donald Trump telling the truth. That means before you consider what the evidence is, where you make some like abductive reasoning or deductive or whatever, your priors for Trump telling the truth about any given subject should be very low. Because he has demonstrated a consistent record of lying. Almost everything that comes out of his mouth is a lie.
What you mean is the priors for him telling the truth on anything that implicates himself would be low, but not, things that are not damaging to him. Now, and to that, I can agree. That goes for anybody of high profile. The problem that I think you missed is that you don't apply the same force to someone like Jeffrey Epstein, who was a confirmed child sex trafficking.
necessarily because
Shut the fuck up for 5 seconds.
you do see things your way. Okay.
Yeah, see the funny thing is, I gave you direct quote and like you dodged it for about 15 minutes.
No, that was,
You did
that was
you
no
did
value.
you did everything to get out of
No
it.
value. You still want to go back to that. James, if you're interested in a question,
Get out of here and go defend pedophilia with your Christian friends, you fucking freak.
Yeah, I would sympathize with you that, and the fact that characters are not freaking, you keep emphasizing that, really, I think, makes an awkward, that takes an awkward statement about
Dishonest. You're a dishonest piece of shit. I gave you a direct quote, and you jujitsu your move.
direct quote about
Out of it, dude.
best friend.
Yeah. You Jeffrey Epstein.
Why do you keep doing that? This guy keeps trying to accuse me with pedophilia or wanting to defend pedophilia. I've always said the opposite.
Projection alert! Projection alert!
Which is why this
Projection alert! Projection alert! My gaydar has been triggered. There is an F word in the proximity. Projection alert! Projection alert! Ready? Hello? Hello?
This is gonna be hold on.
Yeah, you're in the atheist house right now, so I expect there to be more atheists probably. Like, first of all, your question about like, you want to talk about God, but God, like the word God just means like ultimate or supreme. Does it tell you anything about Christianity or Islam or the specific nature of any characters described in any of those books? Right? So, like, just asking us about God is an incredibly vague question. Can you be more specific?
Well, as I said, I am a Christian, so that would be the default God that I was not defending. But it's the one you want to discuss. But even if I were a total stranger and I just came in here and all I said was, "Do you guys believe in a God?"
I believe in Chris Hemsworth, MCU.
The base understanding of God. Base understanding of that would be that the God would be understood as the creator of this universe. Presumably,
Now we know the great universes. Don't be ridiculous. He's just a movie actor.
so when someone
Yes, I'm saying. I would honestly answer, that God is physically
using, although it could apply to somewhere else, like
Yeah, again, I told you Chris Hemsworth doesn't create universes. Don't be dumb.
Yeah, so God, you're speaking of kryptonite. I don't believe it exists. Now what?
okay, you don't believe it exists.
No.
So you're an
Fictional characters don't create universe.
You're a hard atheist.
Yes.
and you deny the existence of God. Well,
I don't deny anything. I just don't. I'm not convinced by you.
What is a hard atheist?
Okay. Yes, I don't. I believe it doesn't exist. Now what?
Okay.
Sorry, can I
Is
just
your
get clarification? What is a hard atheist?
One who believes it doesn't exist.
But
Yeah.
that's every atheist, isn't it?
Well, there is.
Every atheist believes.
Yeah.
He's not adding anything by saying hard.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Soft atheism is like basically agnostic.
I don't know. No. I don't have a belief, right? Versus I believe it doesn't exist is a little different. I'm holding a positive belief that it does not exist.
Oh, okay. So it's more like Gnosticism is hard and agnosticism is soft.
Well, I'm not claiming knowledge. It's a firm belief, right? I can also say I personally know, right? However, I can also be mistaken. So now what? So go ahead, let's go.
okay? Is your denial of this God based on rational sensory input?
Not deny anything. All we've done is not been convinced. There's a difference, right?
Yeah, that's why delineating right from the
Yes, it is rational. Yes, I have a rational.
It's rational to not be convinced of something that.
So James, let's have a polite and honest conversation. It doesn't have to be long.
An honest conversation. You might as well just leave now alone.
What is the basis for your?
I've yet to be convinced of something supernatural. This definition of a God existing versus the preponderance, the plethora of naturalistic explanations for things that we understand exist that do not require the insertion of a God or gods or anything supernatural.
That was a conflation of appeal to neutrality in addition to
neutrality. Hang on. No.
We're just making up philosophical terms.
Yeah, you said
James, it's over.
I didn't say agnosticism at all, right? So where did you say? What am I? Where's neutrality?
You said you're not.
I have yet to be convinced of a supernatural entity existing, i.e., the God that is immaterial, that creates everything, right? Also, I'm more convinced of the preponderance, the plethora of examples of naturalistic explanations that explains how things exist without the necessity of inserting a supernatural entity, i.e., God or gods. Okay? Where am I appealing to neutrality there, dude?
Okay, so the issue is when you say you've not been convinced of the supernatural entity and that there is good reason based on your rational senses that naturalism has the capacity to explain all things.
But you didn't say that.
I didn't say all things.
You didn't say naturalism.
Yes, he said it.
Explains all things, right?
I said we have a plethora of explanations of how things exist that do not require the insertion of a God or gods or anything supernatural. And those are primarily naturalistic explanations. Okay, now what?
Yeah,
I didn't say all things.
It doesn't mean that we can explain all things. It just means that all the assumptions we have don't require a God.
Right.
I would disagree.
Okay, you can disagree.
I have a question for Crimson Eye, if that's okay. Or you still have me.
No, go ahead. You can
Crimson Eye, do you believe that Joseph Smith was visited by the angel Moroni?
I'm highly doubtful of that.
Okay. Are you a Mormon?
No, Armenian Christian.
Oh, you're Armenian. Okay. I thought you were a Mormon. Never mind.
Okay, so where were we going with this exactly, Kryptonite?
I was having a conversation with James.
You're having a conversation with the room.
Go ahead. You can ask me more questions.
If you were to see God,
So I'm just speaking to James now.
so you have more significant free choices, you have more freedom to
The whole room is
explore,
present, Kryptonite.
and you have more freedom to decide whether you want to
not God. You don't have to be not present.
But you just have to conversation.
I'm telling you, you're in an atheist. How would you expect it?
I understand that. He could intervene or do with you.
So what convinces you that a God exists?
Crevice of a rock and then pass behind you or something like that.
On many levels,
kind of be shining
best.
afterwards so people could see that. So it wouldn't have to be the full glory.
let's not do
You're
many
right.
levels. Let's do the highest of the top, the very tippy, the number one.
Reveal himself to
The top
everybody.
So if it was a top one, just the one,
Single
the best you got, right?
destination.
The top one would be
In order generally
to
to
have
destroy the whole notion of
rational basis for seeing
that
the
humans
regularity of how
Kind of human.
reality exists about me. I'd have to have.
And the second objection that was raised against the argument from divine holiness
Why would you do such a thing?
What? Crazy.
Like, why would you start down such a thing? The second count of like a 30 second after No. Why would you go? We're gonna adopt this. Why would you start down this crazy idea that the universe has regularity or uniformity or whatever the fuck you said? It was so fucking stupid I couldn't even believe it.
How could you know anything without God? How could you know anything? Like how can you ground your hunger? How can you take a bite of food without grounding your hunger first? It's
I wanna ask. So I wanna ask Crimson. This you can answer this or not. Did you by chance go to school for philosophy?
Apparently, I've had a conversation with you because I just noticed that I have you blocked. So if I went as far as blocking you, then you must have really hit the roach meter.
Yeah. I'm here. So
Yeah. Let's go back to what you said. You said that your perception of reality proves that an immaterial being exists that has all the omni properties. How did you leap from your sensory interaction with reality and then go to something which is incomprehensible with regards to immaterial? Because everything that we experience is physical.
You know what, Crimson? I'm gonna block you because you defend the pedophile Donald Trump. So there you go.
Let him answer.
So to have something immaterial, to have an immaterial grounding is another way of saying that you have something concrete. But also,
what the fuck are you talking about? You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Hey, you're just babbling. You're fucking babbling.
Hang on a second. Let him answer.
You're not saying anything. You're fucking babbling.
Concrete to say that the stuff that you mix with water and sand.
Yeah.
Is that concrete?
Why is physicality concrete?
I'll be back later. You said like you have to have concrete. Like you have to get like some sand and some water and some of that like quickcrete stuff.
Obviously, he believes the contradictions exist because he speaks in contradictions.
Oh, bless him. I used to be like him when I was like 18, 19. Oh, so
I remember. I remember being 15 and reading philosophy and thinking I cook. Then I like actually grew up, right? And look at me, I'm a normal person. I don't sit there and defend Donald Trump and the leader of Elite Pedo Sex Crimes Incorporated.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. More importantly, but a lot of your white buddies do. But you don't speak in contradiction.
No, it was even worse than that because he said something like he said, in order to have a reasonable assumption. What are you doing? Like, why are you putting those two words together, right? Are you assuming or are you reasoning too? What are you doing here?
it's when he said that his best evidence is the fact that he interacts with the real world around him or reality around him. Therefore, it must conclude that an immaterial being with all the omni properties must exist. I'm like, huh? How does that prove that?
I don't know what you're talking about. But I'm happy that you white folks are now exposing who the Illuminati is. It's no longer the powers to be. It's no longer the powers to be. It's no longer just saying the Illuminati. We think it's just these crazy motherfuckers. We don't know who they are. Thank y'all. We know who the Illuminati is. Donald Trump, Bill Gates, all these crazy white folks have been dangled in our face for years. And you white people know they were raping you black little girls and killing them. A lot of y'all white people knew. Maybe not all of y'all, but a lot of y'all white people knew. Y'all are sick. And y'all try to say that it was rape and everybody else are the problem. But it's y'all white people that are the problem. Y'all white people are fucking sick. What's wrong with you? What the hell wrong with y'all?
People, right? I just sniped Wesley Snipes. He can.
Wesley Snipes, something Sam.
Wesley, you can just chill out, bro. You've been sniped.
Started having it. No, you can't just come up here and just drop like a bunch of shit about the Illuminati and then just go on a rage tangent. I can't do that shit, man.
That's actually crazy. People were trying to come in and you just like couldn't stop. We were like, we need to hear about this.
Can I also just point out, Donald Trump is not a reptilian, therefore he can't be part of the Illuminati.
I really like the way the British protested Trump during his first administration. I don't know if anybody remembers, but it was a big round Trump baby. I thought it was hilarious.
It was a big what? Round?
Oh, was it one of those? Was it like big? It was like a parade thing, the giant parade things.
A giant parade balloon of a fat baby Trump. It was really funny. At least I thought it was really funny anyway. Hey, Sam, I got a question for you. You're a mathematician, right?
Yeah.
So, I used to watch this show and still occasionally do. It's called Numbers. And it's about how math
I know it.
can help solve. Yeah, you know what show I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is that real? Can math be used to do that?
No. I mean, the actual show, it's obviously like exaggerated, as in this dude is using math to solve every crime under the sun. But like, is the math in the show real? It's real. Like, you could use math for that. But it's not like a crime happens and they stop everything and say, call mathematician. We need to do some, data analysis on it. Like, that's not how it actually happens. And they need like help, but I remember that show.
What is it? What does the world of applied math mean? I've been listening to you guys talk about math over the last couple of days. I've gotten kind of curious. Math was never my strong suit, but as a teacher told me, Marshall, if you practice math as much as you read history, you'd be good at it. So like, what is applied math? What's it do?
So it's just math applied to like real world problems. So a lot of it is probably in finance and banking, things like that. Also, for example, the guys who program I say like all the street lights in your city, which lights are green, which lights are red, etc. Yeah, that's fucking French equation to maximize it so that the most amount of traffic can flow. So any problem like that just requires, it requires math. It's just math applied to real world problems.
Yeah, I used to teach applied mathematics, and it's the study of mathematics as applied to actual problems and solutions. And so generally what we teach in applied mathematics is we teach generalized problem solving is how you might think of it, right? And it's really cool to see people acquire the skills of applied math because it's like giving them an intervention. they walk out of the classroom and they just see the world a little bit differently. They're like, they've got a heads-up display, and they're like, oh look, there's symmetry. Oh look, there's parity, right? And they're like, oh look, here's a problem, and now I know how to apply the solution. Or even better, here's a problem, and now I know how to search for the solution, right?
Would it be a good idea? I'm a history guy. Would it be a good idea to audit a class at the university on applied math? I mean, you talk about seeing the world a little bit differently.
I think you find it fascinating. I think you have a whole new respect for history as an applied science.
I think I'm going to do that. I don't know. I will probably have a hard time with math, but I'm genuinely interested in that kind of stuff. So, do you just teach from a theoretical position, or does your applied math stuff get used in the real world by a company? So your governments or regular people?
Yeah, so I mean the whole point of doing it is to give people a toolbox so that when they actually go out to the real world, they have tools in the toolbox. Because the first thing that here's the sort of difference between what is it, academic math and applied math, right? In academic math, all the answers are in the back of the book. Every answer that you get asked in academic math has a known solution. And the very first thing that happens when you go into the real world is your boss asks you to apply your mathematical knowledge. They say, here's a problem, and I don't know what the solution is. Now go solve the problem. And now we're talking applied mathematics, because what you have to do at that point is you need a toolbox full of tools. And what you do is you fill up your toolbox in applied mathematics by learning a whole bunch of tools. And then when you encounter a problem that you've never encountered before, you get out a tool and you see if you can leverage a little bit of knowledge about the problem and get closer to a solution. And what you often find is it's not one tool that solves the problem. It's multiple tools used in succession. First, you have to do a fast Fourier transform before you can see the data. Then you can do brute force statistical analysis, right? And so it's about having the fast Fourier transform in your toolkit as a tool, so that next time that you see a frequency domain problem and you want to transform that to a time domain problem in order to solve for the time domain, you now have the tool to solve that problem. Because that's the first thing that your boss is going to ask you to do. He's going to go, I want this magic box to do X, and I don't know how to make it do X. And you're going to go, well, what if I use a fast Fourier transform to transform the frequency domain into the time domain, and now we can solve for X, right?
So say the problem was I had 75 signs. I'm looking for the optimal place to put them inside of a district. Would applied math help me figure out the most advantageous spots?
Absolutely, because we're talking about, for example, a Poisson distribution, for example. And that's one of the things that you would want to immediately get out. You'd be like, okay, let me try a Poisson distribution and see if that solves for the problem. And if that doesn't work, let me try a different distribution and see if that solves the problem. And if you don't have those tools in your toolbox, you're at a disadvantage, right? So the whole idea is to build up all of those tools in your toolbox, so that when you see a problem, you've got the tools to apply math to it.
So I'm a big believer, and this is probably an analogy that's really simple, but it's one that's always impressed upon me. If you look through a glass table, you can see it clear. If you look at it to the side, everything looks wavy. So there are multiple lenses to see stuff. I have a historical analysis lens, a political analysis lens, and one that involves labor in political campaigns. But I am missing the applied math tool that would help me distribute signs effectively. So I'm in the middle of this problem where the candidate is supposed to provide a list of locations. The candidate did not provide a list of locations. I am having to go sort out the most advantageous stuff. And I feel like I'm just covering my eyes and playing pin the town and dump you. Right? I can guess at big throughways, but you have made me genuinely curious about this, and it's hard to make me curious about math. So good on you. You challenged me in a way that now I have a lot of intellectual curiosity about. I want to do this applied math thing.
Yeah, and I think what you'll find, like, you know, the first time that you walk into applied math thing, the first thing that they're going to ask you, you know, is a problem that doesn't obviously have a solution immediately, right? They're going to ask you, like, they're going to do something like the following. They're going to say, you go to the doctor, and the doctor says that you've only got, you know, you've got bad news and good news. The bad news is you've got a terminal disease. The good news is that if you take these 2 pills from the pharmacy, one each day, you'll basically live a normal life. And he's very specific about this. It has to be 1 pill of pill A and 1 pill of pill B. It can't be 2 A's and no B, or, you know, any sort of deviation from the standard practice will jeopardize your health beyond repair, and you will die. It has to be 1A, 1B every single day. So you go to the pharmacy and you say, okay, give me the pills. You go home and you start taking your pills, 1A, 1B. Second night, 1A, 1B. Third night, all the way up to the end of the month. You get to the end of the month, and you realize, I've got 2 pills in my A bottle and 2 pills in my B bottle, right? And I go to dump out the A pill into my hand, right? And then I go out to dump the B pill into my hand, but right then the phone rings. And when I look down, I'm now holding 3 pills in my hand. Unfortunately, they're all identical, right? And the problem now becomes, how do you solve this with math? And so what we start to do is we start to break it out potential solutions, and then apply statistical analysis to those solutions. What if we did this? What are the odds of living? What if we did this? What are the odds of living? And what we show is that by measuring statistical odds for each solution, we can gradually improve upon a solution and show when one solution is measurably better than the next one. And suddenly we've got a tool in our toolbox for getting to the ultimate solution of 100% survival.
Could I use applied math in a political campaign to figure out the optimal strategy against the competitor?
100%. That's called game theory. And there is a swath of mathematical theory in game theory that is designed for exactly that task.
JT, you muted yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just saying that in game theory, there is this huge swath of math that is designed to do things like work out, you know, political situations and stuff like that. Game theory isn't about children's games. It's about political situations and people standing off and all that stuff. So do not be fooled by game theory and think that it's for children. It's some of the most sophisticated math out there.
So, given the examples we've just posed, I can also use math, applied math, on an archaeological dig to figure out the highest percentage of likely finds.
Absolutely.
Like where I can stick my shovel, basically.
Yeah, that's all about, like power distributions and other types of distributions, right? And so these are what mathematicians sit down and spend their entire careers working out, right? And I mean, and the joyous part of all of this is you live in the world of the internet and AI. So if you really want to know, you can go ask ChatGPT, and it's going to give you some great answers.
I'll be very frank. I never thought math would pique my curiosity.
Yeah, ask ChatGPT to explain the concept of game theory and how math relates to game theory and how they interplay with politics and political strategies. Because that combination is killer. It is deadly to the opponent who is not applying game theory.
So basically, I can level up here by using applied math.
That's right.
And become better at my job because I have another tool in my toolbox.
Another tool in your toolbox, and that's what it's all about, right? Yeah. And the thing is, like, history is a cross-domain, study by nature. It involves archaeology. It involves, textual analysis. It involves everything, right? It involves the fossils. It involves biology. It involves dendrochronology. So it's one of those things where the more that you have in your problem-solving toolbox, just the better that you are at history, right?
So I'll see history in a different way once I do this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like I said, I never thought anybody would pique my curiosity for math, but you just have. The idea of having another tool in my toolkit to be better prepared, but also another lens with which to look at history, man, that is super exciting to me.
Yeah, I'm excited for you because I happen to know that you do have this great background with history, and just it's one of those things where you're going to walk out of that applied mathematics class that you're going to audit, and you're going to feel like you put on Terminator vision glasses. You're going to be like, I never had this heads-up display, but now all this information is popping up in front of me everywhere I look. Where I go, oh look, I can solve this using brute force. Oh look, I can solve this using a distribution. Oh look, it's just like just data pops up in front of you because now you see it where you never saw it before.
I'm interested in applying mathematics to the disintegration of the Roman Republic. I see lots of parallels between the Roman Republic and its waning days in the United States. I would be super interested to find out what applied math would say about that.
Yeah, that's what game theory is going to be like all about, right? Is you're gonna go down a rabbit hole with game theory and that particular query, right? That particular problem.
That is super fun. Thank you for answering all of my math-related questions. I appreciate you letting me put you on the spot.
Oh yeah, happy to.
JCC, is it still cold in San Antonio?
Yeah, it's warming up today. We're 67.
We have 75 right now.
Nice. Yeah, I think we're going to be warmer for a bit.
Happy Clubiversary, Norm.
Dude, thank you. Every time it happens, I'm surprised. Sometimes I miss it. I'm traveling.
Where have you been traveling to lately?
Let's see. Istanbul, Singapore, Dubai, Paris twice, London 5 times.
What have you done in Istanbul?
It was sort of a stopover, so I toured the spice markets and the mosques. I heard it.
Did you see the
Hagia Sophia?
It's now a mosque.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's weird that they turn.
Apparently it's just supposed to be beautiful.
Oh, it's breathtaking. Breathtaking.
You said it's weird they turned it into a mosque?
It's weird that
they turned it into a mosque?
Yeah, they have this, it's a Islamic trope or repeated practice that they take a previous culture or religion and they try to impose theirs upon it. It's a little weird because you can see
they subsume.
Yeah, you can see the beautiful images of the saints and so forth painted across the top. Orthodox were big on icons. You may know this. Icon played a huge role in Orthodox Christianity. And so they very sort of carelessly and superficially that hung canvas banners over them with Arabic written on them, which I didn't translate. But I mean,
They didn't get rid of them.
I
said at least they didn't paint over them.
Yeah. Well, it would have been, I think, a violation of national or global historical site. I mean, it's one of the
UNESCO. Yeah, you're talking about UNESCO sites.
heritage
UNESCO
sites.
is a wonderful group of people. JCC, do you recall the George P. Bush's want to expand the Alamo and get it back to its previous look through archaeology? Do you recall that?
I'll never forget the Pee Wee Herman. That's what made the Alamo famous. There are 147 ways of preparing the tortilla, and I will now explain each one. Remember this? The guides for the Alamo. Very fine.
I always find there's the UNESCO. There was a huge deal in the Texas Republican Party because UNESCO wanted to designate it a World Heritage Site, and people were thinking that UNESCO would hold the deed, when all that UNESCO really does is provide archaeologists funding. They provide extra resources too. They mostly provide the funding to do the archaeology in the first place.
Hey, something specific, by the way, just to change gears for a moment, if you're comfortable with this. The Democrats just won a surprise state senator, I think, election there over the weekend, didn't they?
Well, it turned out the Republicans didn't even bother to put signs out. They didn't bother to do any of the work. They sat on their behind and thought because Tarrant County was the most conservative county in the state that they didn't have to do any work.
Very sneaky. They've done this before.
Well, Tarrant County is also famous for the Tarrant County 49. There's a guy named Dr. Shockey who won election.
How do you spell that county?
Tarrant is Tarrant.
Thank you.
There was
so Tarrant 49.
On vice chair named Dr. Shockey, who was a Muslim. 49 years from Tarrant County were like, nah, you won, but we don't want him. And it was a big deal. Got published in the national papers as well as state papers. I mean, it's ignorant people who could not bother to abide by the rules they set up themselves.
I can't follow the story. You dropped out of the key thing. There's something called the Tarrant 49. There's a doctor named Shockey,
who won the vice chair election. He's a practicing
chair of what?
Election to vice chair of the Tarrant County Republican Party. And so
vice chair of the Republican Party. Okay. So it's not really a political position. It's just a party position.
Yeah, the Tarrant County Republican Party, not RPT. And Dr. Shockey is a practicing Sunni Muslim. From the Tarrant County GOP were precinct chairs, and they looked at comment, stood up and said they knew Dr. Shockey won, that he couldn't be the vice chair because he was a Muslim. And got published in all the state papers, got published in federal papers. And it's just a really, really embarrassing thing for the party.
It doesn't make sense to even say that. It's a own goal,
Exactly. Why hurt yourself? If you really think that way, just keep your mouth shut. Oftentimes being quiet is the better part of valor.
Sure. I covered an election in Texas once, Marshall. I'll have to remember the year. That might have been what's that?
I'm taking my dog to the vet, so hold on a second.
Oh, cool. Well, you have to tell me about your dog. Can you hear me while I talk, or should I wait? Maybe you're talking. So I'll say it. There was an election that included a referendum on gay marriage. And so I actually followed some gay Republicans in their campaign in favor of gay marriage. It's pretty funny. And of course it lost, but I got to know a lot of Texans as a result of that piece that I did. And I enjoyed it.
Sam, are you there?
Yo,
Why do you like math?
I don't know. It was always found it easy. It was, believe it or not, easier than almost everything else. And then, my friend's dog is here. This dog is crazy.
Yeah, I can hear you. Enigma, how are you doing?
Just fine and dandy, thank you.
It's afternoon or evening in the UK.
It is nearly 10 p.m.
Huh. Are you a Londoner or do you live other places? I love the history of England and towns, and y'all's country's fascinating to me.
Yeah, I live outside of London. I don't live in London. I live southeast of London.
What? So, how far? Well, roughly. How far is Somerset from you? A couple hours?
Oh, about 3.5 hours.
Huh. How long does it take to drive from the bottom of the UK to the top of the UK?
Probably about 8 or 9 hours, I would imagine.
So I live in Texas. For me, driving that long gets me from the Rio Grande Valley to Dallas.
Yeah. That's because Texas is
Giant, right?
many more times bigger than the UK, yeah.
Although the UK always punches above its weight.
In what sense?
I think you may have a small geographical land, but Britain has been mighty in its impact on history. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing is different, but Britain's had a huge impact on world history.
Not a good one, though.
I mean, empires are usually parasitic in history, unfortunately. They usually become some form of dictatorial or autocratic governments. That is, at least in my estimation of history, the vast majority of civilizations function that way. Having a democracy or a republic or both is quite rare in world history.
Hello, I heard the mention of Somerset, and I'm actually from Somerset, so I thought I would say hello from here.
Oh, awesome. What's is Somerset a big town or a small town? Like
it's not a town. It's called a county.
Okay.
So Somerset is a county, and then you've got other counties so the ones next door to me are Devon and Dorset. And someone mentioned about driving from Somerset to the top of the country. So I did that last summer, and it took 12 hours. So I drove from Somerset to the Isle of Skye, which is a beautiful island in Scotland, and that took 12 hours driving. But if you do want to go, somewhere stunning, if you're ever visiting the UK, then the Isle of Skye is an absolute must.
Charlie, can you repeat the very last part? Somebody called me in a veterinarian's office.
I was just saying that if you're ever going to visit the UK,
then the place to go is the Isle of Skye because it's absolutely stunning. And Skye is spelled Skye.
Nice. My family in Scotland's part of the MacLean clan. Apparently, there's a castle midway up Scotland on the left-hand side someplace. I want to go there and I want to ask the man who owns it how much the heating bill is.
I imagine very, very expensive. I'm not sure how much your your energy bills are where you are, but they are extortionate in the UK at the moment. Eye-wateringly so.
The energy prices here during the summer regularly reach about $1,000 a month. And then in winter, it's roughly, since we don't get much winter, roughly $500 or $600 a month for a 4,000 square foot house.
Okay. I mean, the houses in the UK are a lot smaller in general. I think the government are trying to push for renewable energy sources in houses at the moment. I think one of the things, I guess all countries, with the geopolitical environment, is that countries can, have some energy independence. I guess renewables are one way that we can do that. However, of course, being in the UK, we don't get sunshine, all year round. We only get it for the summer months. But it's interesting to see how geopolitics is influencing the direction of, things like energy within different countries. I know China have started increasing their fossil fuel use, and they're not expected to reach peak coal now until 2030, I think.
Yeah, energy plays a big role in Texas politics, in particular because we're an oil state. Oh, Tex. That's whatever. Move it. Howdy.
I disagree with you, but it is.
The thing is, listening when he
I heard.
Man-made devices for us to worship Him. Yeah, we make instruments. So the argument is not do we implement man-made things into our worship. The argument is does God require those man-made methodologies in order for us to worship Him? And the answer is no.
But you're not getting anybody any information exchange.
Yeah, James, like in the last room, Jose came up there, like just out of nowhere, left field, just started raving and ranting, like raging about the Illuminati. I mean, and then James put you in the audience, but
Yeah,
that's pretty sure.
It's the Illuminati. Y'all are supporting the Illuminati. Y'all been doing it. Like someone said earlier, did I just find out about this? Yes, but y'all been knowing about it. And y'all ain't went to war. Y'all ain't trying to overthrow the motherfuckers, but let it come to some little Mexicans. Y'all up in arms. Shit crazy to me.
I was like, we haven't went to war
And they're not
over that? Are you kidding me?
Let it come to some little Mexicans. Y'all want to be tough. Y'all want to be tough, but let it come to.
I mean, I know he's entertaining, bro. You can bring him back up if you really think he's gonna engage.
No,
He's just spouting hate, doing hate.
Hilarious. I couldn't hear too much because I was eating in the restaurant, but I wish I could have just heard him live for a half hour. I could have taken 15 minutes to a half
It's
hour.
just one crash out. I mean, y'all motherfuckers, y'all did this. I can't believe.
That's fine. I don't mind that part.
People are nasty. People are nasty.
I think he's trolling about all this stuff. Yeah, but it's still fun to hear. No, but I do mean the Neanderthals weird. Like that thing's always weird. It's like people have like Southeast Asians have like what is it like less than 2% Neanderthal, and some white people have like what is it less than 1% Neanderthal. It's like sub-Saharan is pretty much like 0% Neanderthal, right? So it is an interesting thing that they died out, and then some people have, well, technically, I guess you can 100% die out. You get some of that DNA in you, right? And it's so minute. And to be the thing that you cling to is an elite warrior class, right? So there's an elite warrior class of people that you're using as, I wouldn't use that as my criticism. Unless you were trying to say that, there's a trait of taking over the world or something like that that runs through Southeast Asians and some white people. But that clearly doesn't apply to everyone. It's always interesting when I hear the Neanderthal thing. I'm like, what is it that people think about that? I think they're saying they say that. Yeah, it's almost as if race is not based on genetics. It's almost like that's true, and race is more something that comes from culture or tradition or society. It kind of seems like that's the case, right?
There you go, pro. If you want some more entertainment, you can catch it in chat. He's trying to superhero guy.
You guys hear me? I'm in a bad place here.
I can hear you.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to say, the Neanderthal thing I think is interesting because I may be wrong, but I think that basically every person on this planet has between 2 and 2.5% Neanderthal in them at this point.
Is that not true? No, it's not true. Most people have that, but not everyone.
Well, the thing is, it has to be everybody because it's been tens of thousands of years. And at this point, both of your parents will have 2% Neanderthal in them. And so that's why you will.
Sorry, my headphones just shut off. Yeah, but it's not at the same percents. The percents are different.
I know it's not identical, but I do know that 23andMe will tell you, if you're like 2.5%, you'll be in the 70th percentile. If you have 2.3%, you'll be like 30th percent or something. I mean, it's really a narrow range.
It's pretty hard to be quarantined from that, but it seems that if you're going to be quarantined from that, you're sub-Saharan Africa. That's where you're.
That might be. Yeah, or New Guinea, maybe some tribes in New Guinea.
But I mean, this is a ChatGPT score. We can all look up all that stuff. But and the big myth about like they died out because the bigger brain people came in is just all BS too. It's all BS. The bigger brain people came and were just smarter. It's like, bro, it's always the same story. It's disease or a couple other bottlenecks or.
Well, wait a minute. You know, those Neanderthals, man, they were stupid.
All right, they make the big commercial. But it's not much different than people saying making dumb jokes about Polish people, right? It's like it's not based on a whole lot. Those Neanderthals, like it's now synonymous with dumb.
Well, I think it's because they died out.
Right.
So, are you guys agreeing that all Homo sapiens have some trace of Neanderthals? Are you saying there are some that do not? Because
I mean, define some.
it's inaccurate to say. It is inaccurate to say any specific large contemporary human population has absolute zero Neanderthal DNA. Right. You guys agree with that or disagree with that?
Yeah, you can say that about like everything in the world. That's not.
Yeah. My question is, do you agree or disagree with that?
We agree.
Okay.
Have more nuance.
And we can always say, and we can also say effectively, sub-Saharan Africa has 0% DNA.
So the amount of Neanderthal DNA varies slightly depending on where your ancestor settles. I can ask if it's a distinction in Africa between sub-Saharan or not. But the theory talks about that humans coming back into Africa and back propagating the DNA. Though, unless there's a part that was completely island and completely shut off, it's possible. So here it says East Asians usually have the highest amounts, 2.3 to 2.6%. Europeans slightly lower than East Asians, 1.8 to 2.4. Africans the lowest, but not 0.3 to 0.5%. Though, in the theory that he was saying that white people have Neanderthals, it's actually Asians that should have more Neanderthal. It's not a white characteristic, but it's not even accurate.
But it's a more white than black. This is like they can come up and as he's doing the railing stuff.
There was no
accurately get it.
He had zero nuance.
Yeah, 3 cars per thousand.
All y'all motherfuckers. Right, so,
3 cars per thousand.
White people who have a little bit of black DNA in them. Those the people he's talking about?
Which everybody does. And that's even more so true.
Right. That's the point, is that we're granting his premise that all is a valid term. By the way, he's gone. He gets somewhere else.
Sounds like a guy who hasn't really heard any good arguments or points against his views.
Well, it's just listen. He may have, but he didn't listen. I mean, to not even know, to have that strong an opinion, which, congratulations for at least coming to the right conclusion. But to not even know about January 6th, to not know that everybody has known for decades what a scumbag Trump is. I mean, everybody who cares to actually use that information to form opinions, and to think that somehow atheists, white atheists, are responsible for Donald Trump. It blows your mind.
What's up, Steve? How's it going? Hi. He's still my favorite new person in the room in months.
So, would you have endorsed Norm coming up to talk about it with him?
Oh, I have a question when it's done. That would have been great. The two of them, that would have been perfect.
Yeah, but what's what's the updated status on the slaves in Benjamin's backyard? I guess they're still there. I don't know the reference. What's this reference?
Almost nobody does, and I'm just gonna throw this out there. It just gratuitously thrown around the term slave in your backyard, probably out of context, is the kind of thing that makes people think norm is the norm. You know what I'm saying? So really, that joke wasn't funny, and no one really knows what the reference is. So if you want to clarify it a little bit, it's probably.
I'll be happy to clarify it. I'll be happy to clarify it. Last time was the first time it was mentioned that Benjamin said he had slaves in his backyard and he wanted to know what I thought about it. That's the reference.
Are you sure he didn't say sheep?
Yeah, right.
He said slaves.
Right. Do you want to ask Benjamin if that's exactly?
I just did, but if he was joking, if he was just being facetious, then he can clear it all up right now.
So when he was joking about you having goats in the backyard, do you think it was just an extension of the joke, or do you think he's really serious?
I didn't.
Like,
The answer is
just like we don't believe that you have goats in your backyard, Steve. It doesn't mean doing an awkward joke about the original joke that wasn't that funny is something that really that's gonna land that hard. It's just one of those kind of inflammatory kind of things that it's like, I don't know if you want to go say that kind of stuff.
Well, then I'll stop saying that stuff, but he never asked me about goats in my backyard. If he brought it up, I wasn't here when he.
I tell him all the time, it's stupid to keep carrying on with the goats in the backyard thing, but that's his punchline that he likes. But
Well, we'll tell you what, I won't bring it up again. Not a problem.
What's wrong with coming out in the backyard? Goats are cool.
Okay, Hanson came into the other room that Steve was not in his house. Hanson, he came on with his free market bullshit, and Steve was having none of that shit. You should have went in a little harder on him, Steve, because it seems like you have you might have like a good perspective on like why the stuff he was saying is wrong.
I only went in hard because when I asked him to let me respond and be quiet, he kept on saying, no, let me finish. And I said, no, please wait, you'll get your chance. And he said, but I'm not finished. Don't do that. And I said, hey, it's my room. I'll run it how I want. If you don't like it, leave quietly. And I absolutely did raise my voice and get angry. So I can now say I'm proud to be a member of the demographic that voted most strongly against Donald Trump. No way might be a member of the second or third demographic that did so. But us atheists, what does it say in my thing there? It's 80, what is it? 87% to 11%. This was, I don't know when this was, backing Biden, even before Kamala took over. So, we can't really say what happened after that. But 87% of atheists and 77% of Black Protestants were supporting Biden. So Jose was part of a demographic that was almost as good as those of us here. But sorry, Jose. We win. Yeah.
Johnny, you're up.
It was, as I remember when we were talking about the blind woman, about all the racial demographics that clearly voted the highest against him.
That's probably true. Yeah, that's right. They
he says she doesn't bring me out.
They might be up there too, but I doubt it. I doubt it's not. There's a lot of people that will classify that group will also view us as Mexican or could be of Mexican descent. And it's not as high as you think.
I think it's interesting that among the nuns in that graphic, people who just came out and said, I am an atheist, overwhelmingly voted against Trump. Agnostic, if you you weren't sure, kind of a little less likely. Religiously unaffiliated. And the people who said that they were, nothing in particular, slight preference for Biden.
Hey, can I ask a question really quick? Can you guys hear me?
Sure.
John, do you think there's any evidence that that Donald Trump had sex with teenage girls?
Well, you mean other than the girls who said that he tied them to a bed and raped them and beat them? You mean other than, can I eliminate those from the sample?
I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out, because I've talked to some people recently that just insist on saying that they don't see any evidence for Trump having sex with teenage girls, yet the person that said that said that they believe that he was into 20-something-year-olds and potentially 30-somethings. That's the evidence he has.
And that was me. Well, say it so, Steve.
So, do you agree with that take, John?
Well, I heard Steve say that. I think I took him to task on that too, a little bit.
Okay, so you disagree.
But I do think, I will say this, honey. I think that Donald Trump probably, he would be pretty happy if he thought he might get in trouble with a 13-year-old. I think he'd be pretty happy to limit his pussy grabbing to 18-year-olds.
Do you think he'd be fine with those?
I think that would be okay with him. I think that would satisfy him.
Wait, I guess I'm confused. Say it again. You think he would satisfy Trump?
Yeah, I think if he thought that there might be ramification, what do I say, results, bad results from raping 13
bodies to damage. I believe, based on the evidence that I've come across, and that all things considered, that he likely destroys lives of as young of children as he can, and possibly other forms of life as well, as a method to disrupt the psychology of the human victims. I believe that at this point, based on the evidence.
Well, I would just say it all stems from one simple fact, and that is that there is one and only one thing that Donald Trump gives the tiniest little shit about.
Law and order is what you're referring to, right?
Exactly.
Justice. Peace. He wants peace and prosperity globally.
You guys heard?
Did the racist dude leave?
I think he got moved the audience and then he left. Something like that. Have you guys heard about this? This was on CNN. I don't usually watch the news that much, read articles and stuff. But I did watch CNN recently. They showed that typically what happens during the midterms is that the party that is in power, they tend to lose on average about 11 seats in Congress. That's just for an average, that's just presidents who have an approval rating, like above 50%, above 50%. But Trump's approval rating is like in his 30s. So
That's also right.
Seats in Congress. 8 seats in Congress. That's just the Senate has
So they started separating the lines outside the poll based upon party here in Texas. His party is running the election.
Yeah, no, I mean, the thing I've been saying forever, the Republicans know. I mean, they were going to do this. They told us what they were going to do in Project 2025. It's all written out in black and white. There's no surprises about what they're doing. The only surprise for me has been how fast. And they're not idiots. They know the consequences. They know